Good morning, everyone. Reconvene today and welcome back. Today we'll be reviewing the final proposed 2024 budget, and will be considered for approval by council today, and hopefully we'll be finished today. We can resume our holiday events. I'd like now to have Laura Farquharson, the Chief Financial Officer, to present.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. This is day 4 of our budget deliberations. This morning, we are going to provide some additional information for clarity on the capital budget presentations, some of the capital budget presentations that you received yesterday. This is related to multi-year projects that had increases to the long-term planning, so increase in funding from what you may have previously received. So you will have an interoffice memo that you received via email last evening, as well as handouts on your desk. The first item is the flood mitigation construction, file number 24-001. The Capital Flood Mitigation Program was initiated in 2014 and originally focused on the 1 in 100 year ice jam flood elevation. After the 2020 ice jam flood, Council directed that the 1 to 200 year flood elevation be used. This project provides flood mitigation to the 1 to 200 year flood elevation using a combination of elevated roads, berms, and retaining walls. The current approved multi-year budget is $131.4 million, and the revised request is for $239.7 million. The increase of $108.3 million includes updated cost estimates to complete the original program, Stage 1, as well as cost estimates to complete Stage 2 and Stage 3 scopes over the next 5 years. So that's fiscal 2024 through 2028. The next project is Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Construction, 24-003. This project is for the construction of water and sanitary systems in Anzac, Conklin, Gregoire Lake Estates, Janvier, and Sapri Creek Estates. The approved budget is $180.8 million, and the revised request is for $197.2 million. The change in the request is $16.4 million. The budget amendment is to address the required funds for 2025 to 2028. Rural Infrastructure Rehabilitation 2015 to 2017 construction, file number 24-004. This project is initiated for the selected roads in the southern rural communities of Anzac, Conklin, Draper, Gregoire Lake Estates, Janvier, and Sapri Creek Estates that are prioritized for rehabilitation. The project is being implemented in conjunction with Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Project. The approved budget is $110 million, and the revised request is for $123.9 million. The change in the request is $13.9 million. The Fort McKay Community Center, file number 24-008. The project is to address the interest from the Fort McKay Métis community to develop a cultural center. The approved budget is $15.6 million, and the revised request is for $17.1 million. The change in the request is $1.5 million. Construction is 30% complete, and the planned completion is for Q1 2025. The Public Works North Facility, file number 24-014. This project is for the design and construction of a new administration and maintenance facility and a fleet and equipment storage facility within the site, which will adequately support all functions of the roads, parks, and fleet services. The approved budget is $48.5 million, and the revised request is for $50.65 million. The increase is $2.15 million. Construction started in summer 2022 and is currently 65% complete, with planned completion in Q4 2024. The Fort Chipewyan Airside Pavement Rehabilitation Construction, file number 24-018. This project is to rehabilitate the runway, taxiway, runway drainage system, and apron of the Fort Chipewyan Airport, as they are at the end of their service life and/or have been identified as not meeting current standards. This will ensure the continued long-term safety and reliability of the facility. The approved budget is $26.2 million, and the revised request is for $21.2 million. The change in the request is a $5 million decrease. As the project is substantially complete and is expected to be completed by Q1 2024, this request is to release the remaining funds. Conklin Water Treatment Plant Upgrades Construction, file number 24-026. The Conklin Water Treatment Plant is a remote facility that can be heavily impacted by severe winter weather. The water treatment plant operates as a single treatment train with no redundancy. This project will instill components necessary to operate a second treatment train and a sophisticated resilient control system for operations. The approved budget is $3.86 million, and the revised request is for $4.31 million. The change in the request is a $450,000 increase. Fort McKay Range Road 1109 Improvements, Design and Construction, file number 24-028. This project is for the design and construction of the local road from Fort McKay, Maine, to the end of the community center on Range Road 1109. The scope also includes underground infrastructure such as water, storm, sewer, and sanitary lines. The approved budget is $2.3 million, and the revised request is $3.2 million. The change in the budget request is a $900,000 increase. Design is 67% complete, and the planned completion is Q1 2024. The Fort McKay Cross Flow Clarifier Lifecycle Construction, file number 24-029. An integrity assessment was completed in 2020 on the 35-year-old cross flow clarifiers at the Fort McMurray Water Treatment Plant. The integrity report identified the rehabilitation requirements for the concrete tank and their wear plates. The approved budget is $4.67 million, and the revised request is for $5.17 million. The change in the budget is to request $500,000 increase. Commitments include a $300,000 cash allowance for concrete repairs that were identified from structural inspections. As of December 1st, 2023, 20% of the tank surfaces have been inspected, and 57% of the cash allowances have been utilized. Regional Control Systems Replacement Design and Construction, file number 24-032. This project is required to ensure control system components related to the regional water supply and are life cycled according to industry best practices. Current systems will be obsolete by 2026 and are recommended to replace prior to this taking place. The approved budget is $10.8 million, and the revised budget request is $16.25 million. The change in the budget is an increase of $5.45 million. Spray Park Replacement Program Design Build, file number 24036. 3 spray parks located in the Wood Buffalo Park, KP Wong Park, and Lakewood Park have all met their life expectancy and have begun to fail. KP Wong is substantially complete, Wood Buffalo is currently at market, and Lakewood is scheduled for 2026. The change in the request is a partial budget reallocation from 2024 to 2026 and a projection for a $150,000 budget increase in 2026. The Fort McKay Water Treatment Chemical System Construction, file number 24-044. The Fort McKay Water Treatment Plant was originally constructed in 1987 and partially upgraded in 2023 to meet community requirements. Based on a 2020 assessment, many items were identified as requiring rehabilitation. The approved budget is $2 million, and the revised request is for $1.5 million. This change request is a $500,000 decrease. Road surface and alleyway improvements, file number 24-047. This project is for the construction phase of mill and pave, surface improvement, and full reconstruction, including sideways, curbs, and gutters. Roads were identified as part of the 3-year program development for linear assets within the urban service area. The approved budget is $7 million, and the revised budget is for $9 million. The change in the request is a $2 million increase. 4 additional roads were added to this project due to their deteriorating condition. Additional funds are required to proceed with tender and construction. Moccasin Flats Memorial Design, file number 24-013. This project was for the design of a memorial at Moccasin Flats. Further engagement is required with Memorial Métis and other communities to finalize designs. The approved budget is $200,000, and the revised budget request is $500,000. The change in the request is a $300,000 increase to accommodate construction in future years. Outdoor rink asphalt surface upgrade, file number 24-021. This project is for upgrading the asphalt surfaces of 4 outdoor ice rinks. Thickwood, which is completed, Abasand, which is completed, Waterways is substantially completed, and Timberley is planned for 2025. The request is to move $450,000 from the 2024 to 2026 budget, and the increase is $600,000. The change in the request is a $150,000 increase. Fort Chipewyan Reservoir Capacity Expansion Design, file number 24-027. This project is for the Fort Chipewyan Reservoir Capacity Expansion, which is required to reactivate the original potable water storage cell taken out of service in 2018 due to excessive spalling of the concrete within the reservoir. Detailed design is required, followed by construction in 2025 to 2026. The 2024 budget was increased in response to the latest cost estimate provided during the assessment performed in 2023. The approved budget is $600,000, and the revised budget is $1.27 million. The change in the budget request is $670,000. In addition to the increased funds are requested to be transferred to future years, $320,000 into 2025 and $850,000 into 2026. The last project is Active Transportation Phase 3, file number 24-039. This project's design work is currently in progress with an expectation to start construction in 2025 pending final design and budget approval. The approved budget is $1 million and the revised budget request is $1.3 million. The change in the request is a $300,000 increase. In addition to the increase, it is requested to transfer $1 million to 2025. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions in consultation with my colleagues.
Thank you, Lori. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to ask Administrator, I believe that the Fort Chip runway replacement is done. I believe it's done.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I didn't quite catch the last part of that.
The Fort Chip runway, I believe it's all done.
It is not complete. It will be complete by the end of March.
End of this March?
March 2024.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Would you relate a lot of these increases to materials and trades and skills?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I think there are a variety of reasons for the increases. Each project is unique. Certainly increase in materials and cost. We're seeing a lot of economic pressures, so it certainly could be.
What would be your percentage of contingency built in to the ask?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the historical direction from administration to the operating areas was not to have contingencies. This is a model that we're planning to change in the future so that we're not having to constantly come back to council with minor increases.
Yeah, because, I mean, even the smartest people in the world that come up from the States and educate us every now and then, by 2025 and 26, certainly materials will be, just take, for example, the mix that goes in the asphalt. It's probably 60% more than it was last year. So I guess worrisome because we started building a berm downtown and it was 55 million. And we're still not done at about 300 million. Because we bury costs within road profit. So I'm just wondering, just a little bit worrisome that I can see increases that are validated, and these projects that we're forecasting out. So if we're forecasting $1 billion spend over the next 30, the next, I guess, 10 years, materials and trades is certainly going to escalate each year. So I just, what you're presenting today is, I guess, what's been done in the past. But there always should be a contingency, especially when it comes to materials that we have no other access but the manufacturers, and they're just going to get expensive. So I just, that's my caution. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that is definitely something I would hope that within the costing model they would be considering inflation. Certainly our investors with our investment portfolios have told us that we're going to continue to see inflation, so we're going to continue to see increased costs. So what we may have built something 4 or 5 years ago is going to be substantially more expensive. So every capital project in the future years is going to continue to cost more and more. I don't have that percentage, but it's just a result of the economic pressures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. If council has no objections, we're going to take a 10-minute recess as one of the councilor's packages was incomplete. I just want some time to go over a little more. No, he just needs to review it. Thank you, Councilor McGrath. So take 10-minute recess while we review that. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with questions from council. What is your point of order?
Thank you for giving me the chance. I appreciate the concern of Councillor Ball. I agree for his competency. But for one man, the time of entire shouldn't be spent like this. You know, seminar was
that
held.
point of order is not upheld.
Sir,
Thank you.
Sir, seminar was held, and why the clarifications were not done. The administration.
Okay. Councillor Dogar, your mic is off.
I protest this thing.
Yeah, I turned it off.
But coming on the
No.
second day and getting the victory cup is not very much appreciated. Thank
Your
you.
point of order is not upheld. Thanks. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Ball, you have a question? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So we're going ahead with the process now?
Yes, questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we're going ahead with the process because we stopped abruptly. Thank you for the presentation, CFO. Some of the projects, you did clarify why there was increase in the budget. But for some, all we see is the change to budget is, for instance, it's 500,000, it's 900,000. There's no reason, and would have been easier to understand if you know, okay, it's for price increase or it's added scope and things like that. So for the first one, for instance, you did put that for stage 1, that's flood mitigation, 160 million, and then the stage 2, stage 3 was another 79 million. That was easy to understand, but for instance, the regional control system replacements, design and construction, the change to budget is an increase of 5.4 million, which is 50% over the 10.8 that was initially approved, but I could barely find the reason. So I don't know if the presenting or the sponsor departments are going to come forward to tell us what is going on, or you are the one that will answer all the questions. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I will be deferring to the departments, either the sponsor or the delivery department will come up and speak to that.
Thank you.
Could you please confirm which project number that was?
Okay.
Or which project, the name?
The project name, current project name, Regional Control System Replacements, Design and Construction. I can find it. You have it? Oh, thank you. 24032.
So that's environmental services. So Elliot or is Justin here? Is that yours, Justin? Would you mind coming up and speaking to that, please?
Good morning. Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So the regional control system upgraded, or I guess the project initiated in 2021. Original estimate was $10.8 million, or I believe that's correct. I'm going off script here, but at least 10.8. And the most recent increase right now is due to the estimation of costs and the increase in the hardware that's required. So this is a control system that's being employed across all of our water assets, and at the time in 2021, the estimate was based on what the current price and valuation was for technology. And now that we've refined that scope and realized the cost of the initial or the upfront engineering that's required to get the project going, that is some of the contributing increase in costs, but I think it's been mentioned many times before, COVID's made a massive impact, and I'd say that's probably the big driver.
Okay, thank you. So I see that the estimate was based on Class D estimate, which is maybe minimum certainty. So I'm not 100% sure how long when this project is going to be completed.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the estimation of completion is 2026.
Okay.
And that will
And
incorporate,
so-
that will incorporate all our pump houses and all of our water treatment plants across the region.
Okay. And so this new estimate is not a guesstimate, is more of confirmed prices, because of course, we are all aware of the changes to prices, supply chain concerns and all that. Just to know that, can we rely on this new figure, or is it something that we are still not sure of, so that we don't end up with more and more on this budget? And one of my colleagues did mention about having contingency plans, which we've talked about year after year. I would also like to know if there's any contingency built into this budget.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the most recent estimate is very accurate. In fact, there may be some savings. We did make some substantial material purchases to get ahead of the long lead time for things that are 32 weeks and above. So we've actually pre-ordered a lot of hardware ahead of time, which saved us on the back end of the project delivery.
Okay.
I would say that this is a very accurate estimate. As for the contingency, I don't believe that there's a contingency built into that re-evaluated number.
Okay. So I hope CFO, any comment about that? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you. Then, so we also have some without the reasons why there are changes to the cost. I saw some that are decreased, which is a good problem to have, but some increased without reasons. So maybe if there's any other one, I would, so I don't delay the process, I would figure out if there's any other one that I need more clarification.
To the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there were business cases attached to the memo that you received, and if there's not sufficient information on those forms, we're happy to get you additional information.
Thank you. I've gone through the business cases, and that's my question is, after going through the business cases, then I still don't have enough information. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Okay. Do you want to give me the names of those so we can get you answers?
I would like you to take the next question, and then I'll get back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. Thank you very much, Director, for giving the presentation, nice presentation and the hard work. Before question, thank you very much for clearing my doubts. Even after the seminar, I went to your offices and your staff was very friendly and you took the pain. So my question is that the 23, the budget we spent, would there be any audit or inspections or later on queries? Can there be? Would there be process? That's why it is mentioned here. Actually, we're concerned about 24 budget, the next year. But this year is mentioned. Would there be some process like inspections, like audit for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we do reconciliations on a monthly basis. The tracking document that shows you the 2023 year and prior and all the additional information is trying to actually show you that paper trail of what was approved, what has been spent, what we plan on doing in the future. So we reconcile it regularly.
One little question more. Every time there's a mention of 2025-26, how the future years would affect our budget of this year?
well, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, future years' budgets are planned, so it gives us a sense of the future. And then each year we do a prioritization exercise where capital is concerned. And then sometimes we do a prioritization of operating budgets as well so that we can have a balanced budget.
Thank you very much. Very appropriate reply. But connecting with this is with your previous experiences. So that's why I'm asking, because I want to know that how much this is close to the reality that future planning work.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, future planning is absolutely critical to ensure we don't overcommit now for the future, because that's the state we're in right now, is having a multitude of projects on the list that we're going to have a tough time actually delivering on because of all of the requests that have been put forward. So we want to make sure that it's reasonable what we're planning in the out years for everything we need to do that is absolutely critical to do versus a lot of nice to haves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. I have a question for engineering. Just looking for a final cost for flood mitigation, including the design and supporting infrastructure.
Through the chair, we have provided the total estimated construction cost to complete 239.7 million, which excludes design, which is 7.7 million.
It's 7% for design, plus 7% for design?
239.73 million for construction cost to complete, and it doesn't include the design, which is 7.7 million. Thank you.
And what about any infrastructure? Does that include any infrastructure that's supporting it?
For flood mitigation?
Yeah, for flood mitigation, any infrastructure. Does that include underground services that we've included besides the berms?
Yes, it does include all that infrastructure, which is stage 2, stage 3, and also the stage 1. If Maureen, you want to add anything, please, thanks.
Through the chair, to the chair, underground infrastructure is being looked at as separate projects, and there are also instances where the underground infrastructure is being integrated into the flood mitigation construction directly. Thank you. So the cost that Nasser quoted is all inclusive.
Okay, thank you. And while you're there, the same question for rural water and sewer. What do we anticipate the final costs for rural water and sewer, including design and as well as supporting infrastructure for that?
Thank you. Through the chair, a very good question. So its total cost to complete is 482 million, which includes the design phases of rural infrastructure rehab design, which is 1.3 million, rural water and sewer servicing design, 9.75 million, and the construction phase rural infrastructure rehab of 123.9 million, rural water and sewer servicing construction 197.2 million, and service connection 48.8 million. So that makes the total program cost 380.9 million. However, there are supporting infrastructure, which is Anzac Lagoon expansion, design and construction, Conklin Sewage Lagoon, design and construction, and Janvier Sewage Lagoon, design and construction. It makes 52.5 million. So the total is 433.4 million. It also includes Janvier Sewage Lagoon, which was part of RWSS, 6.7 million, and Anzac Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is 48.3 million. So the total cost to complete for this massive program is, as of today, 482 million. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that also include what we're paying for residents to hook up? Our portion of that as well?
So hookups, I believe so all that service connections are part of it. So 48.8 million is part of the service connection. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Strub?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and I want to thank either your department or the financial department for $72,213,000 for rural water and sewer construction in federal and provincial grants, and $87 million in for the rural road rehabilitation. That's quite a big chunk from the actual cost here. When I look at this, annual cost was 180 on this one for the water and sewer connection. And so that's about 40% is in grants. And on the rural road rehabilitation, it's about 80% of the cost. So I appreciate all the work that administration has done in getting that grant program up and running for the rural water and sewer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted some clarity on the numbers for the overall cost for flood mitigation. Did I hear 7.7 million for the design costs? And I assume that's a cost to date?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, yes, that's to date.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have an addition of about $108 million of construction costs, which is part of that 239. Would it be a fair assumption that we would have about $10 million worth of design costs that go along with that 108?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the construction engineering services includes part of our construction estimates, which we are providing 239.7 million. Our design are separate, which is part of our total design as of today. Maureen, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the design budget for flood mitigation has not been stressed to the same degree as the construction budget. So the construction budget, 27 million was used from the construction budget for seasonal mitigation. That is more expensive than most of the reaches we have constructed to date. But the seasonal mitigation program hasn't drawn on the design budget to anywhere near the same degree. So far the design budget is in not bad shape. At this point, we're not certain of if the budget needs to be increased and by how much. Thank you.
So there's potential that the design budget could go. I'm just looking at the numbers, 239 million, 7.7 million spent on design. That's only 3.2%. I've never heard of that in the engineering industry. So it seems like we're missing about 7 or 8% that potentially we could be expecting. Right. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, one thing I would like to just add for information from the history. So in 2015, we had an approved budget for flood mitigation program of 199.7. So which started going down as per the conditions. Like as of today, we have an approved budget of 117.5 million. The reason of that at that time administration advised to spend all this money and then come back. So the other priorities were delivered through the available funds. But again, yes, the budget was significantly reduced. Initially, it was already 299.7. That's why today it seems like a big variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. And if this was asked yesterday when I wasn't here, I apologize. Just curious where we are with Reach 6 and the design, or just...
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, maybe Director Kelly can chip in, but we are going through another engagement process for that design phase of the Reach 6. Next year, we are planning to send out RFP for the design. So that's what the status of the Reach 6 is today. Yeah. Maureen, if you want to add anything, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, looking at some of the outcomes from the Reach 6 engagement and going through some of the conceptual designs and the issues that have come up, we've outlined a series of future decision points that will likely be brought to Council for Reach 6. The initial decision point will be how to accommodate the Heritage Shipyard. So we will be engaging further with the Heritage Shipyard to discuss how they feel about it and what our recommendations are. We've discussed previously. We'll be coming back to them again. Thank you.
Okay, so let's everything flows together, when are we anticipating having a design and a presentation back to council to decide which design to go with? And I guess best case scenario, when would we have equipment mobilized and starting to work on Reach 6?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, our plan is to send out RFP for design in 2024 and to have a construction in 2026.
Start construction in 2026?
Yes.
And
To
then-
2025, sorry.
2025?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
given the length of that reach, I guess it's going to depend on what design, but are we looking at a 2 to 3 year completion date?
2 years is the construction phase, but it all depends which option is finally council approves. So we
Right.
will come back to council after this, another round of engagement. And then as per the council's directions, we will go with that design option.
So we should be completed by 2029, worst case scenario. 2028, hopefully 2029, if things go.
If maybe Maureen can correct me, if the design goes with that are expected options, which is more economical, which is more feasible, I hope it would be done by 2027.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, the construction of Reach 6 is currently budgeted to 2028 in the capital plan. I would, however, also remind council that before 2028, we still have the interim berm in place. And so Reach 6 is not left completely undefended or unprotected.
Okay, and then just one final question, not really a capital question, but is there an update for Reach 5? Or was that provided yesterday? Just curious where we are with that.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, the question was asked yesterday.
Okay.
Reach 5 is underway. It's at late stages of work, and we have already been discussing how to properly integrate what progress has been made on Reach 5 with any seasonal measures we might want to take next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. So again, I'm looking at road surface and alleyways improvement. So I'm going to find the number. That's 24-047. So the amendment is to address the additional cost of the 4 roads. I get that. And the deteriorating conditions. So that's a bit clear. And then I noticed that to request more funds to proceed with the tender in 24 and 25. So we are waiting for this budget before we can do the RFP. Is that still the process that we follow? Because, I mean, the cost would only go up from what we've seen.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko. So Ehsan is project manager. He is here to provide a bit more detail. But this is kind of the rehab program, so where we have different phases ongoing in design. And when we complete those design for individual streets and alleys, then we go for this individual package for construction. So that's where this request is for 2024 for one of those alleys. So Ehsan can provide a bit more specific. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Nasser. So before you start answering to a question, which I appreciate, I'm asking, our process is still that we wait for this budget approval before we do the RFP. Can we not do the RFP and put the clause subject to budget approval to save some time? If that's not the case as of today, maybe it's one of the things we can look at to save time and to save cost.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the language within the contract is being rewritten as we speak so that we can do that very thing.
Okay.
I've been a bit tied up to be able to review that, but that is going to be coming very soon.
Thank you. And then,
Yes,
thank you.
good morning. For the record, my name is Ehsan Haq. I'm a project manager with the PMO.
Yes.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonjoko. Yes, to your first question, why the increase is there. So initially we had 10 streets included in this project for a 3-year phase. And we did we started after the budget approval. And we had meetings with the stakeholders internally, and then there was a need for 4 other streets to be included before we start the design. So we start the design on the Urban Infrastructure Rehabilitation Program under their project, and we complete their design. The cost is now, after the design, we have as a pre-tender cost, and the cost is now more than what was approved before.
Thank you. To date, the actual is 673,000 that has been spent, and commitment like $1 million. So we have quite a chunk of money that hasn't been committed. And
right. So since it's a three-year phase, so we planned accordingly, like each year. We have started with two contracts this year, 2023, and we have some spending there, and we have some available in the commitment. Now coming 2024, we will have 2 more contracts out for road surface and elevators, and then in 2025 we will have another contract to complete all these 14 streets.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and this is to Environmental Services.
Through the chair to
So it's on the
councilors.
Conklin Water Treatment Plant?
On the Conklin Water Treatment
Yeah.
Plant, okay.
So what I'm just asking, Lori, is that funding went in the budget in 2022. There's more funding that's going in. When is the project for 2024? Where are we at with the project? Oh, sorry.
Do you want to repeat the question just for
Sorry, yeah.
everyone?
So it's the Conklin Water Treatment Plant upgrade. So funding went into the budget in 2022, the largest amount, and we're now going into 2024. How far are we on that project?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. That project, actually, we have consultants on site as of yesterday doing a lot of that work. We actually did a test on the secondary train, and there's some issues found there. But some of the delays in the project was incorporating the control system into that as well, because that was kind of a step change in 2021. So, but the construction on Train 2 and the commissioning of Train 2 will be complete by the end of 2024.
Okay, because I guess my concern always is the rising costs, because some of the projects in the rural, 4, 5, 10, 14 years, and the cost of material is going up every year. So that's always my concern when I see these projects. But
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that one we are very much
You're
on the ball
you're
for
on
that
track.
one. And yeah, it's on track. It's going to provide a lot of redundancy for that community as well, which will be a great thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam, my question is to you. Once it's written reserves to my mind is something which is to be used at a rainy day, at a difficult time.
Mhm.
But if you get it approved, then it becomes a
Microphone.
part and parcel of the
Councilor Dogar, I think there you go.
You're good.
So reserve is to be used for a difficult time. Once you get it approved, then it becomes a part and parcel of that budget and may be used for capital or operating. So would you be, for being titled as reserve, would you be asking the permission again, or it would be automatically gone for expenses?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, administration will not draw on the reserves without the direction of council.
Thank you.
We will add to the reserves if we have savings, but we will not draw on it without direction.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Now we can move into motions. Councilor Cardinal, want to switch?
Okay, Mayor, you can go ahead with your motion, please, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. The following projects move from the 2024 proposed capital budget to future years. 24-105, recreational trails life cycling in the amount of 1.2 million. 24-204, Anzac Recreation Center Culvert Asphalt Curb Construction in the amount of 1.5 million. 24-305, 204 RES Light Fleet Replacement in the amount of 150,000. 24-306, 204 Structural Protection Trailer 1 in the amount of 250,000. 24-307 Curbside Collection Tracking System in the amount of 350,000. 24-309 Landfill Baler Replacement in the amount of 1 million. 24-310 landfill compaction and grading system in the amount of 350,000, and that the capital project reference number 24-051 Anzac walking path to be added to the proposing 2024 capital budget in the amount of 1.5 million.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I have a seconder, please, and thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
I second that motion.
Mayor, can you speak to your motion, please, and thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Acting Mayor Cardinal. For these projects, I've spoken to the departments that are doing these projects, and all of them agreed that they can go and defer them to future years. They're not they're a want right now, not necessarily a need for our community. Going through those, and the final one, adding the Anzac walking paths, in discussions just recently at the Anzac community Christmas party, I talked to a lot of families and children, and this walking path that's actually referenced here is actually the walking path the children take to school in the mornings and come home in the evenings. Without that walking path, they're walking on the street. And this time of year in fall, that walk to school most likely is in low light and dark. And so it raises a lot of safety issues for the children when you have a lot of wildlife in the area as well in the spring, bears, recent sightings of wolves in the area. It'd be good to have a proper walking trail for those kids to get back and forth from school safely.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can I ask, any questions from council? Sorry.
Dogar.
Go ahead, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. My question to Mr. Mayor is that have we included the discussion point which took place between councillor and which took 1 hour? Have we included that here?
Which discussion?
You know, there was a gap break that discussion took place between Mr. Ball and the director about the discussion for 1 hour. We had a break on that point. That was
the question is directed to Councillor Ball, not me then.
Okay.
No, I am asking you, is it included in this or not?
I haven't included anything Councillor Ball discussed in this. This is my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. These are appropriate, all expenses, and for the benefit of the community, I recommend it. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have thanks, Councillor Dogar. Ken, go ahead, Councillor Ball. Sorry.
So just for clarity point, the reason we had a break was because I didn't have all the information presented to me. You may have had it. I didn't. My package was incomplete. So I was looking for some information so that I had all of the information to make these decisions on. There's nothing less than that. So I don't know what you're thinking, but my package was incomplete. And I read every single capital document, and there were about 6 that I couldn't read because I didn't have them. So that was the reason for the break. And I'm sorry if that may have inconvenienced you, but I was looking for the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Thanks, Mayor Bowman, for bringing this forward. My question to you or to the departments is that, did we consider this projects that you are recommending that we move forward to future years? What was the implication in terms of cost? Are we coming to do these projects in very near future? And the reason why I'm asking that is the cost would only go up. So I would like to know the plans. If we pull these projects, what is the plan?
I spoke with each department on these here, and the cost right now is what's listed there. And I also spoke to CO as well on this part. No one had any issue with it.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, are we planning to do these projects in near future?
Yes, deferred to future years, yes.
So what would be the value add for pushing them forward? If we can do them now.
We're saving using the money this year.
Yeah, but we would lose that to the cost of goods and materials and labor. That's, if we are doing them anytime soon, I would like to know if this was considered, the changes to costs.
I probably can't answer what cost of goods and services will be next year.
I think CFO might have some answers to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Farquharson. Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there's obviously every year with the state of inflation, we will see some cost increase.
Yeah.
So I can't forecast exactly what those costs will be. Mm-hmm. Some of these are estimates, such as the baler, some of the vehicles that were on there, the equipment, and some of the construction. So these were items that administration felt that they could push out into 2025, and we will obviously need to revisit them at that time. And I believe that the intention with moving some of these things forward was to free up funding to bring some additional capital items forward that were deemed to be a higher priority to council. So we will work with the funding that we have, and if we're not able to, we will bring it back to council. It'll come back to council regardless for the 2025 budget cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Did that answer your question, Funky? We're good?
Satisfied for now. Thank you.
Mr. Weigel, go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Cardinal, is it appropriate time to make a friendly amendment?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we add a capital project reference number 24-101. A friendly amendment, sorry. Trust me, everybody can hear me. Let me make a friendly, sorry, that was a joke. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that the capital project reference 24-101 Sapper Creek Community Hall construction be put back on the capital plan as was before for the 2024 budget of $3.5 million.
Can I speak to process?
Can I speak to process, please?
Thank you. So through the chair to council, typically a friendly amendment would be to clarify wording and intent. It wouldn't necessarily to change the overall. I would recommend that this come forward as a separate motion after voting has occurred on the motion before you from Mr. Mayor Bowman, and this motion could be considered by council separately.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, Okay, thanks for the clarity, CLO Brown. Councillor McGrath? Oh, how do I give him the mic? Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, and what a pleasure it is to see you, Acting Councillor Cardinal, up there taking the ship so quickly. I guess my question is, I don't know if we're going to come into a big jackpot in 2025. Is there a tunnel of money coming? I'm just wondering how come we're so loaded to the 25 budget? Is it because of execution or shortage of labor? But it just seems, if I was running a business, and now we're going to take some more, and they're little items, yes, but we're going to load it till next year. But what constitutes the budget of 25? It's almost double, and now we're going to front load some more. I don't understand it. I just sat here this week, and it seems like there's something I'm missing after 40 years. It seems like 2025, we're going to double our capital projects in a time where the trades are going to be called upon for, just an example, Dow Chemicals. I don't get how we forecast the spend for 25, the capital projects, because you got to imagine they'll go through the budget cycle, and they'll probably hit the market sometime within the couple of quarters after that. I don't know what the rationale is, but it just don't seem like a solid business case. So I guess that's to administration, because I appreciate, sure, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. My thought process is in this is just kind of looking at what our budget is this year and working each year. We're waiting for an asset management plan to come forward from the CEO's office early next year. And I'm just defining what our needs are in our community based on our wants in the current year we're on. And these projects are deferred, not so much to throw them to 2025, but future years. And next year's budget, we can look at what we can afford to do. And again, and that's one of the reasons I mentioned earlier about what the total cost for flood mitigation is, total cost for rural water and sewer. So we know what we're looking at. So we have these huge projects we need to get done that are costing a lot of money. So I think we need to start just looking at more needs in the community instead of wants on these big ticket items as we move forward. And we can make those decisions each budget year.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't questioning your motion, because that's just that's just a little ant on an elephant's behind. The bigger question is, to administration, is how come the budget's almost triple what it is now, and we're front. And I know all about flood mitigation. It was 55 million when we started, and we're at about 300, and that's hiding some fills underneath the Clearwater Drive, and rural water and sewer. When I said it was going to be $500 million, I think even Lance and Jane thought it was crazy. But here we are today. We're there. So I just want an explanation from administration, considering the motion that makes sense. How come 25?
We're in debate for Councillor's motion.
Yes, and part of that debate, sir, is to discover, we want to carry that over to 25. So what makes my question approachable is this, is that we have a budget in front of us, and next year's budget is double, and now we're going to, and I'm fine with waving some stuff through, but where do we get to? What is the magic in 25?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I feel your concerns most definitely. Administration has started to take a lot of rigor with all of the capital projects that we are proposing and have on the books. And yes, we are oversubscribed in 2025 and 2026, but yesterday Council did approve the reduction and defunding of upwards of $100 million, which will take some of the pressure off 25 and 26. And there's a lot more work to do. We have a lot of projects that I think we need to look at a bit closer, and with the establishment of the PMO office and getting that governance in place with the asset management plan, I believe we'll be able to come back to council with some recommendations, and we are going to need to have a session where we go through everything that we have in the works, on the books, planned, and have a clear path forward.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that because I really get dumbfounded because it's a lot of cash and, to build a dike, I don't know, we got to construct it and design it like 20 times. It needs to be a clay dike that retains a certain charge. And I think we spent, I'm just saying the overall to Mayor Bowman's referral, I would take the whole works with a referral because you get back to the basics, but we just don't find, if we were to go ahead what's being proposed, we'd be broke in 26 with every dollar gone and industry gone out the door. And I think to your motion, Mayor Bowman, I support that motion because it's time to bring the two levels of government and industry back as we dwindle down our resources. And I'm glad that we take the time to ask these questions and bug one another, because at the end of the day, this is probably the first budget cycle I sat through in a decade that we're actually talking about the money we don't have. So I appreciate your motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Funky, do you have debate points or questions for Mayor Bowman's motion, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Back to this motion again, Mayor Bowman. Thank you. And to Antoine's department, the Environment Department, I see that you're asking that we pull landfill bailer replacement in the amount of $1 million. What is the rationale?
Again, the rationale, like as I said earlier, these are kind of wants in the community, not needs at this time.
Can I?
We've been operating without a. I know Antoine's not here, but.
So what do we currently do?
We've been operating without one for quite some time.
How?
Do you want to
I wanted the Environmental Department to confirm that we are comfortable to pull that. And I'm always conscious of cost and fiscal responsibility, but just to be sure that this is something that we can afford not to go ahead with.
So, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. I'm not privy to the discussions of being comfortable with removal. We have operated without it. I would caution removing it simply because it has dramatic impact on morale working at the landfill. So I do appreciate the question. I would support keeping it in the budget for this coming year, and that one in particular.
Sorry, can I just make a comment there? We did have a long discussion with Antoine about this project, and we know that the baler has been problematic over the last few years to be maintained, but this is something that we decided that we should move out to the future years and just make the best of what we've got at the moment, because we need to look at this from various different angles. And that's what we all do. And part of the other reason why we've pushed some of this stuff on this list that the mayor has pushed forward is that we want to take the pressure off we're setting up a PMO office. We want to take some of the pressure off. Don't add any more capital projects that we don't need to do this year, and let us establish the project management office so that when we come back in the future, we will have better numbers for our projects. We'll have better managed projects going forward. And that's the goal. That's the big goal. And the other one is to Councillor McGrath's point, is, that we don't have the money that we used to have. So we have to start looking at, getting a little bit more out of the assets that we've got and managing them through to the true end of their life cycle. So thank you very much.
Thanks, CEO.
Appreciate it.
You're sorry.
I wish that Antoine was here to clarify. I appreciate CEO's comment.
We have Councillor Banjoko. We do have environmental services here.
Oh, okay.
If you want to speak to it.
And I don't want to drag that. I don't want to beat that to death, but I would like to get some confirmation on how we are operating without this baler, what's it called, baler, land feed baler, and to be sure that we can, because pushing the projects forward is not doing the projects. It's deferring them, and we're going to spend the money. So that's the way I see it. And if this is due to be replaced, and we want to say because of holding the fund and this and that, I don't see how that is cost savings for us, knowing and having been in supply chain forever. The cost to do this will only go higher. So if we are not going to do it now, I wonder the value we've added. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the discussion. And since I wasn't privy to the discussion, I wanted to have that clarification and to be convinced that it makes economic sense to push it forward. Deferring it, again, is not removing it. So if we still have to do it, perhaps maybe we can discuss this on another note or in another meeting. Thank you.
CEO Hunter?
Sorry, I don't think, I think Councillor Banjoko was finished with her comments. Or were you looking for a response?
Not necessarily at this point.
Yeah, okay. No, the only response was that yeah, we as a decision from the department is to push this out to future years. We can manage through with the baler that we've got at the moment. We just, as I say, it has been problematic in the past with some breakdowns, but you know we can manage that. We can manage that going forward.
Thank you, CEO Hunter. Grandison, Councillor Grandison.
Why, thank you, Acting Mayor. Cardinal. Thank you to Councillor Banjoko and her insight and stuff and concern. I was just saying, I think we've gone through it a couple times, so let's call for the vote.
Any more questions for Mayor's motion? That's it. Not seeing none. Call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried. Anyone opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, everyone, for the support.
All right, thanks.
Do we have any other motions from council? Or even more questions? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak to the Sapper Creek Community Hall. It was previously had been funded for 2023 with $3.5 million allocated. Living there, seeing that obviously we didn't start construction. If we were to move that forward to 2024, 2025, what would the cost look like starting the construction at that point, and what would it look like in future years? And then maybe just why we didn't start it in 2023 as funded. Thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Wago, for record, my name is Joseph Zakaria. I was the project manager for that project. The current estimate or budget for that project is 9.5 million. This is based on the 2022 pre-tender estimate.
Yeah, the original funding was 5 million back in the day of 2019 when it was originally approved, right? And now today's costs are 9.5 million? That's what you're saying?
It's 9.5 million today's cost, yeah.
Right, but the cost in 2019 when we approved it was 5 million?
It was 6.5 million at that time.
6.5, thank you. And so what would that look like I guess my first question is, why didn't we move forward with it in 2023 as funded for 3.5 million? And then my second question is, if we were to approve it for next year and years to come, what would that look like cost-wise?
It was never approved previously. We didn't start the project because there was no approved budget. It was in the capital plan, but it was never approved in 2023. 2023 budget session, it was not approved.
My
Though
apologies.
it was in the capital plan, it was not in the approved list of projects in 2023.
Can I get some clarification on the difference between it being in the
the
plan?
Yeah.
Through the chair to
I don't think.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, this was a historical project, and with staff turnover, I believe there's been a little bit of confusion as to how the information has been presented. It was my understanding that it was a part of a plan. They had funding available to do an actual design. Based on all the information we've gathered over the last year plus, the design came forward, showed the cost. The cost had gone up as articulated by the PM. When we looked at the actual business case itself, it scored 24% out of 100. And when we went through a prioritization exercise for the 2023 budget last year, we had pushed it out into future years because we were in the same position that we were this year and next year, having upwards of $300 million in capital requests, which we're not able to fund. So, there was a lot of work done there. I can't explain the confusion as to why with some of the paperwork it looks like it was approved. Based on everything we can find, it was not actually approved for construction, just the design. And that's the best I can tell you at this point in time. I do believe we have a little bit of cleanup to do with our tracking.
Okay, thank you. And Director Farquharson, I know you're doing a great job trying to get everything back out in order, and I do highly appreciate that. I guess it is just an education piece for me, because as it shows on the capital plan approved for 2023, to me that was my understanding that we were going to do it. If we're going to do it going forward, what does the cost look like if we started this project next year?
At this point, it is 9.5 million.
Right, but the cost would not cost us 9.5 million in 2024. Obviously, it's
based on 2-year construction, 2024 and 2025, 9.5 million.
Okay, so we're looking at 4.75 million per year.
I would say 3 and 6.5, because we need to update the design based on the current building codes, and then we had to procure the contractor and the consultant to do the construction fee. So that will take some time. So if you approve the budget, the earliest we can start is probably in late Q2 2024. So we can spend maybe 3.5 million in 2024 and 6 million in 2025.
Thank you. Question for Director Farquharson. Realistically, if we push this off and decide not to do it due to capital funding availability, the likelihood of the capital funding availability would be closer to 2028-29 by our projected capital spending right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, yes, we are oversubscribed based on the current work until we're into 2027, 2028. I could certainly suggest that we look at other alternatives, such as perhaps looking at adding on or expanding the current space we have at Vista Ridge, which might be more cost effective. I don't know what the actual design is for the current plan, but I do know that with the increasing costs, to Fort McKay Community Center, for example, the costs have gone up significantly when you add in the roadway, the underground, and the community center itself. I would be very surprised if we could get that done for under $10 million as a separate building all on its own.
Okay.
That's just based on all of the increased costs that we're seeing coming through with our RFPs.
Okay, thank you. Another, I guess, side question, and based on what Director Farquharson was talking about, if we were to add on to Vista Ridge, and I know this is just kind of an open question and estimate, we were talking about the Doug Barnes cabin and the add-on to that. Doug Barnescanham, it was a $5 million build for that small space on the side. Is it sometimes more expensive to add on to a building, or is it usually more cost effective to add on to an existing building than it is to build a separate new building? And I guess, I realize that's an open question, but again, what we're trying to do is, pardon? Yeah. The idea is that we're trying to find a most cost-effective way, obviously, to fulfill a 1,300-person community that was promised a community hall back in 2019. Things have come up like flood mitigation and the realize of rural water sewer, and I don't want to be fiscally irresponsible with the money that we have, but there's also a need out there or gathering space. And we have been told, under the way that we have ran it, that Vista Ridge is an option, which it may or may not be based on the time and agreement and a lot of those things. And the airport's been an option, and it's not. It's not a gathering space. We wouldn't be able to do before and after school care there. The facility is just not set up for something like that. And so we're trying to find the best path forward. So cost efficiency wise, just under your best judgment, obviously you're not giving me a number. Would it be more cost effective to add on to an existing building like Vista Ridge, or would it be more expensive to build a separate entity?
Through the mayor to Councillor Weigel, I don't know whether we can add this whatever we need for the community onto the existing Vista Ridge facility, because that was, we did a lot of community consultation, and this facility was designed and developed based on the feedback from the community. Mm-hmm. So adding on to that, we need to do a feasibility study or other further engineering to see if this can be added onto that. Mm-hmm. And even if this can be added, I don't think we can have all the features we have on the new community or the proposed community hall can be added onto Vista Ridge.
Okay. I'll let some of my other councillors ask some questions here, and I'll circle back around. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
CEO Hunter?
So, adding to a building or building a new building, that, how long's a piece of string? We don't really know that until we do a little bit more investigation and work. And one of the things we talked about previously and over the past couple of days is one of the things that we need to reintroduce here is value engineering. And looking at each of these individual projects and to see if we've got a $9 million project, that's been designed. If we get a bunch of people around the table and say, yeah, we need this, we don't need that, we need this, we don't need that, we can get these down to get better value for money. And another thing that we need to do as a region is stop designing Cadillacs and start, building. And we need a Pontiac. We don't need a Cadillac, so let's look at it from that perspective. The other thing, and I'm sorry, Councillor Weigel, but one of the things that really urge is to really think hard before we add any new infrastructure or any new assets, because next year we're going to bring forward to this council an overarching high-level asset management plan, and that high-level asset management plan will identify what we need to set aside just to maintain the assets that we've got. And I honestly believe that it's going to be a shock for a number of people around this room. So I would urge against adding new infrastructure unless we really, really, really need it. So that's all I have to say. Sorry.
Thanks, CEO Hunter. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks. Respectfully, I really need to use the washroom, so I would like to take a break in respect. Thank you.
Let's take a, 2-minute break, and then we'll come back so we can get to lunch. We'll go to lunch.
Better hurry up. None of our breaks is on time anyway, so.
So again, thanks for taking a break, everyone. Welcome back. Right now, we're going to go through any motions the council has. Once we go through those motions, we will take a lunch break while administration goes through and finalizes the budget. Do we have any motions, Councillor Grandison?
No, I was still waiting to talk, but do you want me to not talk now and just get through these ones? Because I just had a couple of things to say about this whole process. In my mind, and this is just one guy's opinion, a lot of this budget that's been developed that we have was developed at a time when we basically had unlimited money. We had a direct line to income that could support doing whatever we wanted to do. And the world has changed. So we keep making reference to, oh, this was in the capital plan, but it was introduced to the capital plan perhaps at a time when we had unlimited money. Maybe if we re-looked at it again today with an eye on what we can afford and what we should be doing, maybe it looks different. So my suggestion in all of this is I think we as a council need to re-look at the entire capital plan and figure out if it's there because it's needed or if it's there because we had unlimited money. So that's all I wanted to say about it.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Does anyone have any motion like to make? Councillor Dover, you have a motion?
Not the motion, just supporting the point of view, Councillor Alan Grandison. He has a logic behind it.
Now, does anyone have a motion they'd like to bring forward? Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion, please, and thank you, that $150,000 be added to the 2024 capital budget for the purchase of a vehicle for animal control in the community of Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, Canada.
Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I don't.
Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cardinal, like to speak to the motion?
Thanks for the second there, Ms. Stroud. I do want to acknowledge some of the requests in the community after speaking with Chief Butts. We've, there's been 512 calls this year on animal control, and the staff member Darlene is, working out of the back of an SUV, and there's no proper means for the vehicle. I mean, no proper administration for the dogs in and out of the vehicle. So I strongly recommend moving this forward, please, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Does anyone have any questions or debate points? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Which is the model of that SUV?
I would prefer a GM. Oh, just kidding. That's basically it there, Councillor Dogar. It's just an SUV, could be a Traverse, preferably Denali.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. I guess I'm not supposed to be for Chief Butts or Deanne. What do we currently have in the community for animal control in Fort McMurray?
Through the chair to the mayor, we currently have what was indicated a Suburban with a cage in the back. My understanding is that it doesn't meet what should be animal control vehicle, and as Councillor Cardinal had indicated, last year there was about 518 animal control calls in that community.
And what do we use in the urban area?
Through the chair, Mayor Bowman, I couldn't describe the spec. I'm still learning about it, but I know that it is there's custom caging in the back with the proper ventilation, and the care of the animals are utmost importance there. So it requires some customization in a van style, I believe, in the urban area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, you kind of stole part of my question there, but So would it be fair to say that the equipment that we have in Fort Chipewyan wouldn't meet a typical standard for housing animals once we're taking them to the facility that obviously we would hold them in for a period of time?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's exactly what I've been told, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Boomer. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. So this budget of 150K, right, for the purchase of the vehicle is based on what?
Well, it was based on a conversation with Jody and the cost and what's needed in the community, according to, well, myself, the employees, as well as from Chief Butts.
Okay. So Chief Butts, can you, so these prices should be good in 2024? The estimate, you think, what was the last price for the last vehicle bought of this type? Do you know?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, could you repeat the question, please?
This estimate is based on the last paid price?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, yes. That's that number came from our staff in bylaw services who are operating, animal control vehicles in the urban area right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple points. I think Fort Chip, like any community in our region, deserves to have good animal control and stuff. One of my questions is, can the vehicle that's up there be retrofitted to actually accommodate? Because essentially, you can put a cage in a Suburban across the back, and make it much more usable. Is that a possibility, Jody?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, it's my understanding, no, I've asked those questions. This one is a customized piece for the well-being of those animals. So that's what's actually there in place now. Is a
cage?
Is a makeshift Suburban with a cage in the back.
Okay. So somebody's already been smarter than me faster and got hold of that. Is that what you're saying, Jody?
Yeah, we've been functioning under there in that regard. I'll just point back to the need there. There's 518 animal control calls last year.
And which leads me to the second question, because another point in my life I dealt with this in Fort McKay. Is there kind of an operating reality with the First Nations up there as in dealing with pets? Because I know that can be a challenge if all of the parties together aren't working. Because I know on reserve it's a BCR, and the chief and council decide how to handle the animals. And so it, on this side of the road, it looks like this, and on this side of the road, it looks like that. So I think that has to be dealt with as well. So.
Good point.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the chance. So far, the recommendation that came, it's not very clear that we need a vehicle there. It is, everybody says that they want it, or the staff wants it. Every staff wants a 0 meter. I want a 0 meter. But, critically, we have to watch what are the expenses. Ideal time was once we went for community engagement. I wish we could have seen it. Though it was a night time. Whenever some councillor goes, he should try to see the issues and the capital expenses which could occur in near future, so he can comment. Now I recommend that Councillor Alan Grandison should visit Fort Chipewyan, see the suitability, and then bring it. For the time being, we postpone it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. This isn't Councillor Grandison's motion, it's Councillor Cardinal's. Do we have any other questions? Do we have any other questions or comments or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate some of the stuff that that I spoke about was that it's very important to also have the safety of the animals, have them comfortable as well, and not only that, just have the safety of the person operating the vehicle as well as handling the dogs. And to my understanding, the bylaw officer that's there now has struggled immensely in the last 5 years working out of the back of the vehicle. Also, it was pretty tough when it came to emergency services when we were going through the fire, and it's a continuous burden to be able to operate like this. So I just want to create a safe environment for the dogs as well as the employee that we employ from the region. So no more for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to reiterate again that as much as I'm in support of actually having a vehicle that does this, and I certainly trust the opinion of these, I think in addition to this, there has to be a collaboration between the First Nations and the municipality for it to be successful. I don't mean this to sound rude, but I'll just give you an example. Somebody's got a dog that they don't want to deal with in Doghead. They drop it off in downtown. And so now the municipality and the dog catcher's dealing with it. So the problem is maybe perhaps much bigger than just the rescue of the animals. It's more of a collaborative work together to solve the problem before it's a problem. So that's all I want to add to this.
Thank you,
I
Councillor
think
Grandison.
administration needs to work with it.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Thank you. Do you have any other motions anyone would like to make? Does anyone have any other motions they'd like to make? Councillor Cardinal?
I move that administration review and bring forward information to council on the costs and scope required to conduct a feasibility study that considers recycling and a potential recycling depot for the community of Fort Chipewyan.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Stroud?
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do we have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I do have, I support this idea, but there's no dollar associated with this. So adding it to the budget we're not really adding anything to the budget. This is just really a task. So I don't know that we can really do much with it here other than give administration direction. It doesn't look like we can give them any funding based on the request.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Councillor Ball.
Right, so, okay.
Does anyone else have any questions related to this motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cardinal, or anyone who can advise, what is the current process for recycling for Chipewyan? What do you currently do?
I myself and the majority of the population in Fort Chipewyan basically just, store their stuff at their house, and then, 5 years' time, they just bring it to Fort McMurray and get, the funds for it to buy gas or whatever. But really, I don't know if Archie takes cans anymore. I don't believe he does. But anyways, if that's not the case. The case is that we want to be able to provide efficient recycling services to Fort Chipewyan.
Okay, so I'm hearing currently we don't have.
No, there's nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just had one further question. I guess it'd be for administration relative to this. Do we have staff in-house that can do this without? Typically, we go to a consultant, but I'm curious if do we have capacity in-house to manage a review of this nature?
Mayor, back there.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. Excuse me. We do have experts in working with the landfill recycling processes. They clearly work for our team. What I would recommend, however, we are doing a master plan for the process down at the Fort McMurray landfill that looks at that basically all of our operations and looking at our infrastructure and everything. So I'm wondering if we could capitalize on that and use that current consultant to look at a small component of adding recycling to the Fort Chippewa. So that's my recommendation, is we lean on that consultant to help us.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to touch a little bit on something that Councillor Cardinal said, just to give you all a perspective. Archie Walkwin used to go to the landfill almost daily and just pick up cans and bottles to the tune of $18,000 to $20,000 a year worth of cans and bottles that went through the landfill site. So if he's not doing it anymore, then that's how much cans of bottles, just cans of bottles alone, are ending up in the landfill site. So just something to keep it. There is an opportunity there to do something, so I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have to see what is the volume of that garbage or the waste and how much output, how much money we can get, income we can get, revenue that out of the process which we are going to do it. Is it feasible, not feasible? Only then I shall be only comment whether we should do it or not do it.
Yeah, the motion.
We shouldn't do anything
the motion
in
is
haste.
to do that, Councillor Dover. That's the motion, is to review it. That's the
Okay,
motion.
thank you. Sorry, then I corrected myself.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Hopefully this question is in line. What is the process right now, Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks for the question. Excellent question. There isn't no process. They're just the people are just keeping. People are just throwing the garbage away, cans away.
In the woods.
In the it could be anywhere. But I just kind of wanted to create an environment where we actually respectfully start protecting Mother Nature. It goes with our strategic plan. Just look forward to seeing it all working to fall into place. But
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Are there any other motions anyone would like to make in relation to the budget? Councillor Weigel.
I, Councillor Weigel, motion that administration come back with, after the asset management plan, that we find, just a second where I get the wording on this. I apologize.
There you go, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, CLO Brown. That administration review capital project reference number 24-101 and identify whether there are other options for community gathering space for Sapper Creek and report back to council.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. To have someone second that motion? Councillor Bussier, Cardinal, Stroud. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second that motion.
Councillor Weigel, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yeah, I've struggled with what to do with.
Oh, turn the mic on.
Thank you. I've actually struggled what to do with the Sapper Creek Community Hall as I do find it to be a priority. If I could just, through Director Farquharson, with the information that was gathered, can we just repeat what the funding, or through Susan from Finance, where that we were funded, just so all the councillors have the same information. And correct me if I'm wrong, this was funded in 2019, 2020, 2005 million in 2021. And then in 2022, it was approved to do in 2023 and 2024, all for construction. Is that correct?
My apologies.
That's okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
So it has obviously been on a council priority and a regional priority from 2019 all the way to now. The difference between this year and it bringing it up this way, I'd love to push it forward, but the idea of the fact that we're recategorizing and re-strategically trying to figure out what we're doing with capital spending, the fact that we're overreached, I can't remember the word you used, but over conscripted of what subscripted to what we're to spend. If we were to spend actually everything that's in the budget right now, we would deplete all of our reserves. I'm hearing CAO Hunter today, what they will be going through with an asset management plan, understanding what it's going to cost us all the way through. I think it would be fiscally irresponsible to just throw another thing to this and to spend money on it. I do want to state that I'm massively disappointed that this hasn't been started yet, seeing how it's been approved 4 years in a row. And so my plan is to bring it back next year, fiscally responsible, understanding all the costs and the impact on the community. I do believe that Sapper Creek needs it. It should have been done by now, but I think the way to do it is to make sure that administration comes back again, make sure this gets done right, and get it on the books next year.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Does anyone have any questions or comments or debate points? Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, just one question to Councillor Weigel or administration. Just curious, based on the 9.5...
Your mic up there, Lance.
Yeah, sorry. Through the chair, just maybe it's to Councillor Weigel or admin. Just curious, the 9.5 million that was thrown out today, what does that get for a structure? What's the square footage? Does it include... I'm sorry, I'm ignorant to the design. I haven't seen anything. Just curious.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, again, for the record, my name is Joseph Zakaria, the project manager for this project. So this is a 6,500 square feet building, and it has a main hall which can accommodate 240 people with non-fixed seats and tables. And it also has other features like, let me go through it. Multi-purpose room, office, meeting rooms, kitchen, and 51 parking stalls. That is what it includes.
So, to the chair, so it's 6,500 square foot bungalow, no basement? Or
No
is it-
basement, yeah.
No basement?
Yeah.
And a bungalow?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Are there any questions, comments, or debate points from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just had one further question on the design component. Do we own the design, or is it, I know we went through this with the Twin Arena, where we had to make sure that we had ownership of the design before we proceeded.
We paid for the design, so I think we
Right,
owe
thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any other questions, comments, or debate points from council? Not seeing it, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Are you for or against? So that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other motions they'd like to present before we finalize this year's budget? Oh, sorry. You okay? Does anyone else have any motions that they'd like to present before we finalize the budget? Okay, press the button. You have to turn your mic on. Councilor Doger, you have a motion?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity at short notice that administration investigate the possibility of having a towing yard in Ibrahim Landing. I want to speak for it.
No, you can speak after when it's that time. Just hold on. You leave the mic on, Councilor Doger, if you want. Someone second that motion? Could you repeat the motion, Councilor Doger? Turn your... No, you just need to reread it again, please, sir.
That administration investigate the possibility of having a towing yard in Ibrahim Landing.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Doger. Can I have someone second that motion?
Wait a second.
Oh, Councilor Benjoko?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't understand what the towing yard is.
Towing yards where vehicles, when they're towed, when they're parked on the street, where they're towed and
Like
parked.
during the winter months?
Yeah.
Okay, so
There should be
Someone
yard
like to
here instead of to the
Right now,
road.
before we debate and discuss, does anyone want to second the motion?
You understood it? It was your problem, madam. I took you for 3-4 hours to take you around.
Okay,
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. You seconded the motion. Councilor Doger, would you like to speak to that motion, please?
Yes, thank you very much.
Just turn your mic on, please. Can you turn your mic on, please?
You know,
Could you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
after towing, the companies have their yards around the airport area. And you see, people are mostly have a job in the industry. They don't get straight away time to get it released. And for that, they have to wait for 1 day or 2 days, and they have to pay extra to the companies. And also, whenever, their own vehicle is being hauled up by the towing company, they have to spend about $60, $70 one way going for the on the taxi, and maybe the people are not available. Ask Councillor Funky. Last year I drove her, and it took us 4 hours to move around, search our vehicle where it is. So it is a need of the community for their convenience. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doger. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Is the intention of this tow yard something that the municipality would pay for and borne all the costs of constructing and operating?
No, I will reply it. So I am speaking on behalf of residents. Cost or, providing a land is the responsibility of the administration. And for the convenience of the public, I am speaking. I am representing public, all of you also, and we should consider it, please.
Well, that's the part I'm trying to understand. So relative to cost and whatnot, I mean, it's not an inexpensive cost we've done this in the past where we've built tow yards, but typically we have an operator operate it at a cost, and they basically pay us a leasing fee to operate the site. So I'm trying to understand what your request is, because providing a tow yard is one thing, but operating a tow yard is another. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Operation
is their responsibility, not ours.
You shut your mic off, Councilor Doger. You're back on now.
Sorry. Operating is the responsibility of those who are making money out of the residents. They will operate it. We just have to approve it and give it land. If there's not a big land, there could be a small piece where 4 or 5 vehicles could be stored, and people come and people take it, and people get a relief not to run around. Ask Councillor Funky how much inconvenience he faced.
I've been there.
He's not remembering, but because she did not have to pay me. His colleague was a taxi driver. He was driving her free. Ask her 3-4 hours. If she had to pay, she would have remembered it.
Okay, fair enough. I have had the inconvenience of my vehicle towed to the airport, so I appreciate the concern, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is the logistics of how this is operated, and I don't believe we're typically in the business of giving land away. So I think we need to understand it a little bit more before we would proceed on something like this.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And I think related to Councillor Ball's question, whether I believe if we did provide a space, the operator of the towing company would have to operate it and have to pay us to use the space, which would increase the amount of fines. Actually, I'm not sure if it would be actually beneficial to the public. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Councillor Doga, for the driving to the towing yard. I publicly appreciate you now. So I believe we brought this forward before and we've discussed it. I don't remember if it was a motion or not. And there was a question of whether we have space available in the city. So I would want to support this for so many reasons, for the obvious reasons, but I wouldn't want to say Abraham's land. So I would ask that they should check and see where the possibility. As for how the towing, I hope that's clear or acceptable. I shouldn't be, it has to be on X plot or X place in the city, 1. 2, the operation of the towing yards. I would want us to stick to the process, whatever process we have going currently for the towing yards, if we can just stick to that and not make any change to the process. If that is working for us, then that would be my recommendation, my ask. So first, I would like Councillor Doga to consider not being so specific if we are going forward with this. Thank you. Is that okay?
Councillor Doga, are you going to answer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this has to be operated by them, by to whom contract has been already been given. We just want to provide them a little space on which the vehicle could be released or first brought there and then released also. Last time it was brought, and it was brought by me and supported by Councillor Funky. It got turned down because of the kind courtesy of Ken Ball, because he knew that he is going to go out of the town and we are facing the people. Thank you.
Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My challenge in supporting this is the complexity. I think we're starting backwards, putting the cart before the horse. If we have an operator that says, hey, I want to, have a contract with the municipality, can you help me find some land? Then maybe we have this conversation. But to actually have a piece of land and then say, hey, does anybody want to operate? I understand Councillor Dogar's desire to make it a little bit easier for our residents, but at the end of the day, there's a ton of liabilities involved with moving somebody else's vehicle. It's your vehicle, and if they move it, they have to put it in a lot. It's got to be fenced. They got to have 24-hour security. There's contamination issues from an environmental point of view that happens with leaky oil and antifreeze, and then there's an environmental cleanup after. It's not as simple as, here you go, here's a piece of land. So to me, we're starting backwards. If we had an interested operator, then I think we would engage in an operation or a discussion about this, but we don't. So I can't support it based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And I agree with you. I think if a towing operator approached us, we could talk to them about it. I agree. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I do have one further question to, I would say, planning and development. Land use in that area, is it Is the land use suitable for that type of use? Because right now, I believe it's basically churches and schools, like public service and stuff like that. I don't know, is there lots there that would accommodate that particular use?
Also a good point.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we can certainly look into that.
Right. Yeah, I think we're a little premature in the process that it may not even be able to be done. I do agree that there's a solution we need to come up with, but I don't think we're there yet. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I didn't hear Councillor Ball clearly. He was speaking at very low tone. But my understanding is that a business has to come forward, indicate interest, and obtain the permit and go through the process with the municipality. So is it possible we change this totally to making it public that we solicit for business to come forward? Is that
we don't have land that we have available for it or anything. So right now it would have to be, in my opinion, a towing company coming to us to ask us, is there any possibility? We don't know if Abraham's Landing can even facilitate that, the land use bylaw there. Parking vehicles for storage, and like Councilor Dogar said, for 4 or 5 days, there's environmental concerns as well. Vehicles are leaking, there's antifreeze oil, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of things that have to be considered in this. Okay. So I think I would feel more comfortable if a towing company came to us with an idea.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question then is, how can we make the towing company come to us?
We can't make the towing company do anything. When you park don't park your vehicle on the street when it's towing, I'll tow it and you can go talk to them.
Oh, no, no, like what I'm trying to say is, if you need people to bid for a job, you send out RFP. So is it something that we want to look at as a government to see the possibility of bringing a towing place closer to us in the city?
I believe we have a towing company contracted already for towing.
Huh?
We have a towing company contracted already for towing.
They are the ones around the airport.
That would have been the one that towed your vehicle. Councilor Dogar brought you to get it, yeah.
Okay, so even in the Abraham's Land is out of the question for me. We don't need to put the exact place where we want this to be situated. But what I'm saying is, can we do a wide opening search of the possibility? First, to have the land and to have the business that can do it. That's just my question.
Amanda?
Through the chair to council, in terms of private business, the municipality does overview or review unsolicited requests for land. So if there's a private business who is interested in expanding or locating anywhere within the region, they can directly email planning and development, and we would consider the request and we would review it, we would circulate it, and would go from there. In terms of offering an RFP, that is quite an intensive process that does take a lot of administrative time.
Which is normal.
It's
okay.
We typically, in terms of private business, if there is a request or interest, we would consider an unsolicited request or offer, and we would put it through the process that's established.
Okay.
And I think currently, probably the best track for someone would be to contact our economic development and see what they can offer in advice and guidance, as well as, and let them do that. That should be one of their jobs is economic development, and it sounds like that would be something in their purview.
Economic development?
Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. The reasons brought out by councillor is quite logical. There is always a reasons to do a thing, there is always reasons not to do a thing. So he brought the reasons which are not for, we are the public representative. We are here to facilitate the public. You know, he says vehicles parking there, I have seen hundreds of vehicles in Muslim yard and the Hindu yard. About 800, 600 vehicles are parked at one time, and there is no pollution. And there is a landfill also. Landfill is like towards the pollution part, it's not very all that clean also. I don't say give a full yard. Full yard, they have trucks also, all towing companies. They bring trucks and, blah, blah, blah. I have worked with them. But, a small piece for the convenience of the public, and they can hire only one man as a security who will lease, and probably everything is done on telephones, on intercom. They will pay they are paid for the towing also, and also for the storage also. And within 2-3 days, they will go. And if it is more, then they can go take it there. Sometimes the owners do not follow up. And then eventually the auction takes place. After 2 days, they can take it away to the big yard.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just through to administration, what happened to the laydown yard by the water treatment plant that we used to house those vehicles?
I don't know what happened in the past, but I thought that there was only temporary it was only temporary just after the fire when vehicles were towed and put in there for a short period. But some of them ended up there for a long period of time, but it was only a short period of time and temporary to get us through the aftermath of the fire in 2016.
I think there's more than that. Councillor Ball has the answer, I think.
Councillor Ball?
So from my I'll try and answer, but from my recollection, that there was a contract for vehicle removal engaged in with an outside agency by the municipality.
Yeah.
They had a lease and so on, and frankly, it didn't work that well, and the lease was canceled, everything was stopped, and there were some serious contamination issues relative to using that site in its adjacency to the river. So it was basically scrapped, as I understand and recall.
And to the chair, to Councillor Ball, I believe it was used as a drop-off for violations in the snow removal or during the snow removal months.
That's exactly why it was built.
Yeah.
It was built for that sole purpose.
So I guess my question, if that one's failed, then why are we even looking at this one?
I agree.
Okay, where'd he go? Can we vote?
I don't think we have to wait till he comes back.
Okay.
Councilor Dogar should be right back in a minute. We'll vote. If everyone take their seats, we can take a vote. If council could take their seats, we could take a vote, please. Councilor Dogar and Councilor Funky, can you guys take your seat, please, so we can vote? Okay, all in favor? And opposed? That's defeated with 2 in favor. Thank you, everyone. And now we're going to take a 1-hour recess for lunch while allow administration to incorporate all the changes we've made during budget, and we'll resume at 1:35. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I will now move on to consideration of the 2024 budget, 2025 to 2026 financial plan recommendation. We have three motions. Can I have someone make the first motion? Councillor Cardinal?
Kendrick.
Got you on that one, Al. That the 2024 operating budget in the amount of $603 million, 671,254. Did I write that right? I did. Be approved, representing $116,101 for municipal operations, including the communications and engagement, and $137,555,143 as a funding transfer for reserves and capital purposes be approved.
Thank you. Someone second that motion. Councillor Ball?
I'll second that motion.
Do we have any discussion or debate points or questions? Not seeing you, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the next. Councillor Grandison?
I'm just waiting to move on to the next.
Do you need to recuse for the next one?
Oh, do I?
I'm not, I don't know. Come someone make a second motion. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2024 operating budget be amended to add $7,909,089 for the Communications and Engagement Department.
Can someone second that motion?
Second.
Councillor Ball?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. Call for Councillor Cardinal?
Kind of wanted to get an explanation as why Al had to recuse himself.
Pecuniary interest.
Okay.
A call for vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the third motion? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2025 to 2026 financial plan in the amount of $601,132,376 and $599,440,270 respectively, which includes funding transfers for reserves and capital purposes of $121,459,659 and $113,290,135 respectively be used as a basis for the development of the respective subsequent budgets, and that the 2024 capital budget of $170,374,800 and the public art reserve transfer of $42,370, totaling $170,417,170 be approved.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments from council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That concludes our 2024 budget and 2025-26 financial plan. Thanks to everyone, especially our administrative services, our legislative services, all our directors, and everyone that took part in with us today and over the last 3 days. Thank you for all the work you've done. Councillor Boussier?
Well, I was just going to say the same thing, Mayor Bowman. Just wanted to thank everybody that was involved, and I know there's times where I'm probably difficult to work with, and this morning was interesting, but I do thank everybody, and I want to wish everybody and their families a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and I guess we'll see one another early 2024. But thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. Great work. The team made the budget, and more so from my side, that in their own time they have been helping me. I greatly appreciate it. One thing about yesterday's that I asked about the car and what is the scientific reason. I found the scientific reason. And there was one of the senior managers, very kind of him. He didn't disclose his name, but he said it is because the dirt or the contaminated portion goes in the washing inside and then it is shipped away. And so that is the scientific reason. And Mr. Mayor, you didn't like it, probably you put it off. It was your best day, birthday. You should have been happy, I think. I think you are in a bad mood that you are getting old. Anyhow, wish you best of luck.
Thank you, I think. Councilor Bajogo.
Oh, my God. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Doga, for the ice-breaking comments. I want to appreciate everyone. Administration, CFO has been on the hot seat for about 2 weeks, and CAO and everyone, we gave some difficult questions, and I also applaud my colleagues. Some of the decisions we made were not easy, and we agreed to disagree and agreed, and in the end, we did it, including drilling the mayor for his motion this morning. So in all, I want to appreciate everyone. It's been a great session. I think we are getting better by the years. And I want to openly wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. And I'm ready for Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajogo. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your patience through this ordeal, Mayor Bowman. And kudos to everyone here. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thanks for all your help.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. I appreciate it. Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Dogar. I wanted to say how important it is to be able to build these relationships not only with council but with administration and steps moving forward, and how important that is. And I really appreciated everybody's hard work and input in all the whole budget process. And that's basically all I wanted to say, and have a good Merry Christmas, everybody. Stay safe, travel safely, and best wishes to everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal, and thanks to all the council colleagues for all the work they put in this last few days as well. Especially my late night text was Councilor Ball, so thank you, sir. Councilor Dogar, you had something to add?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I forgot to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and also I appreciate you, sir, as a team captain that carry forward the team through stress and strain in a very friendly way, and parting good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Okay, everyone, Merry Christmas. Have a happy New Year. Meeting is adjourned.